Okay, let's get going here. Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate a photograph of one of my favorite bands of all time and talk a little bit about the history of punk rock music. Today we are going to be looking at the Ramones, and we are going to be attempting to paint this black and white photograph by Roberta Bailey that was taken in February 1976 and ultimately used on the front cover of the Ramones' first album, which is generally considered the very first official punk rock album of all time. Now, I know there's probably many of you, of my regular viewers, who may or may not even know who the Ramones were or are not particular fans of punk rock music. I totally understand. We're not going to be playing any punk rock music because then this video will get taken down by YouTube. Really what I want to focus on in terms of the painting is how we would make a painting like this. And this could apply for all sorts of different black and white photographs. So I'm going to attempt to make this painting, and you can certainly paint this painting yourself if you like, if you're a fan of this band or punk rock music or rock music in general. But if you've got a black and white photograph, you could try to use the same principles that I'm going to use in today's episode to paint your photograph or a photograph that you like. Okay. So let's take a look at how we're going to do today's episode. So today's episode, what we're going to start by doing is get the image onto the canvas, right? And I've got a free outline that you can download and transfer onto the canvas, and I'll show you how to do that in just a moment. Then we're going to get the painting started with a little bit of color. We're going to stain it. Then we're going to talk about the biography of the Ramones and the various different members of the Ramones. Very interesting group of people who politically were all over the spectrum. And so you might, I think most people when they think of punk rock, they think of like hardcore left-wing figures. You're going to be in for a little bit of a surprise here. There was one member of the band who was a diehard fan of Ronald Reagan, right? Then we're going to maybe do a little bit of underpainting here and a little bit of line work, maybe a little bit, depending on how much detail we actually want to get into the painting. And then we're going to probably start with the bricks in the background, then move to the figures, maybe finish off the background, and then finish the foreground. Now, depending on how we want to approach today's project, it could take us somewhere between 2 hours to 4 hours, and I'm not exactly sure which method I want to do just yet, so we'll kind of play it a little bit by ear. Again, just if you're watching the channel for the very first time, hit the notification bell, hit the subscribe button so you know when future episodes are coming up. This is maybe a little bit of a different type of episode that we're doing, but generally we're learning how to paint using images, photographs, or some of the greatest paintings throughout art history, recent and in the very, very distant past. As well, if you want to make a donation, you like what you see, you found something informative, useful, hilarious, or you just feel sorry for me, you could certainly leave a small donation, as little as $1 via any of these different methods, and the links are in the description below. So let's talk about how we get an image onto this canvas here. So, as I mentioned, this is the original photograph that we're going to recreate, and there's an outline that I did. I drew it on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. And basically I just bring it in and then trace over the outlines. Now, if you were to, you can take any photograph from a magazine or a newspaper or print it out from the computer and then try to draw over top of it. I would probably even encourage you to trace it with some tracing paper and then transfer the tracing paper in the same way that we're going to do the outline onto your canvas, because it's that first initial line work which I think is really critical. If it's a little bit harder maybe for a beginner to think about where some of the lines would be in an image like this, which is why I encourage you to take my free drawing course here on YouTube. It doesn't cost you a penny, and if you know how to draw, it makes painting that much easier. Okay, so let's explore how we would get this image onto the canvas. Now I'm going to play this video, and I'll talk over top of it as that happens here. Okay, so I'm going to be painting on a 9x12 sized canvas board, and I've also, after it came pre-gessoed, and I gessoed it again and sanded that down because I want the smoothest surface possible if I'm doing a painting like this, especially if I want to try to get some small details. We could paint this in a very fast kind of punk manner potentially too. I probably am not going to do that, but if you're going to paint it really fast and kind of goopy, then you might want that texture. So I taped down the outline, which I printed on my inkjet printer here at home, and now I'm using some carbon transfer paper, which you can get from any art supply store. There's a link to get some from Amazon, and you can see I use this same sheet over and over and over and over again. And I'm going to speed through this in a second because I don't think, especially all the little bricks in the wall, of which I didn't do all of them, and I didn't do all of the details here. So if you're just watching it for the first time, you can kind of just see what I include and what I leave out. I don't do all the wrinkles on the jeans because a lot of this will sort of disappear as we go here. So now you can see I'm doing all kind of just quickly drawing straight lines across. Things are going to get a little bit wonky as I go anyway. You can see, oh, I missed a little bit, some hair up there. I might need to move my carbon paper up higher. Well, let's keep on going here. I think either way, let's, I'm gonna, all right, so there's a little bit of this back and forth, back and forth. Do I have enough? Is that good enough? Yeah. So eventually you peel off your outline, and this is what you got. And I always save these outlines, and usually this is just off screen here so that I can refer to it while I'm painting. Sometimes it's easier to do that than referring to the photograph or the painting that we're working from. So let's see. Now that we've got this outline on there, and let's just see, is that in focus? I'll just kind of zoom in just so you can see how much detail I actually did include here. See, so there's, if we put these side by side, you can see there's not a lot of detail on these faces. All of that's going to come back as I paint, or maybe not. Maybe we can keep it very simple like that. And that's sometimes an advantage, right? Just because there's a lot of detail in there doesn't mean we have to paint all of the detail. So the next step here. The next step here is we're going to stain the canvas, and traditionally that's called the Imprimatura. It's an Italian word for the first color, and really there's lots of different ways that one could go about doing this. In a black and white painting, you may want to consider not doing this step at all, or potentially doing maybe a little bit of a white with a bit of a cream color to it. So what I'm going to do, and this is going to add a little bit of extra time, but again, what I'm trying to do in this next step here is to, by adding more and more paint onto the surface of this canvas, it's going to get smoother and smoother, and it's going to make my job easier and easier. So I'm going to start out with a little bit of, if you're wondering what color this is, I should mention. So I just squeezed some, what I call a warm yellow onto the canvas. And that warm yellow is called As a Yellow Deep by this particular brand of paint, Amsterdam, right? Now, I'm not sponsored by them. They haven't paid me a penny or sent me any free samples or anything. I've just been using this paint for the past 200 plus paintings because it's the cheapest and highest quality paint ratio, right? It's a student grade paint, but you can see we've done great things with it. If, however, you want something maybe a little bit higher quality, I would encourage you maybe to think about Golden. They're probably one of the largest, highest quality professional grade of paint. And so this warm yellow is named a little bit different, but this should be pretty much the same, right? If you have this set of paint. And I really do think it's good, it's helpful to get this. If you're watching me for the first time, I explain in the very first episode of the Master Study series how I've sometimes, I go to an art supply store and they don't quite have that color, so I hedge my bet and I get something else and I don't quite get the colors I want. So if you can, and you got a little bit of time, I encourage you to get the exact colors. You can also mix and match. Most paint companies will tell you you can't do that, but there's no reason why you couldn't. So if I could only get, let's say, 4 of the Golden, and I had to add one of the Liquitex here, or Winsor & Newton, or Artist Loft, which this is Michael's Art Supply brand, you could certainly do that, no problem. You might notice slightly different, because of different qualities of paint and you're mixing them together. Maybe one might be a little bit more transparent than the other, or a little more granular or grainy, which happens a little bit more with cheaper paints. Peebo, Holbein, and Daler-Rowney. Again, I've explained all this before, and of course you can always pause and go back and watch any of that stuff here. But anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of water in here. And this is going to thin this paint out and help it dry just a little bit faster, because I want to get through this initial stage of the painting relatively quickly, right? Oh, I did not, good, thanks so much, Paula, for mentioning this. So, sorry. On the outline, the outlines are in the Dropbox folder down below. Thank you so much, Paul, for mentioning this. There's a link to a Dropbox folder, and you'll see down here number 22 Ramones here. And inside that folder, you'll see... Oops, that wasn't on camera, was it? Okay, so let's go back. So there's a link to a Dropbox folder for Paint the News. So there's a few different painting courses that I'm doing here, and this one's all about painting from photographs. And in here, in the 22nd folder, is Ramones, and you're going to see that there's 2 versions. There's the original photograph by Roberta Bailey. I was thinking of it. Yeah, that was my instinct was to say that, but I didn't want to get her name wrong. And then the outline, there's a JPEG and a PDF version of this, whichever is easier for you to print out. Okay. So once I've got that printed out and transferred onto the canvas, I'm going to stir this paint up. I'm going to do another coat here with mostly white and a little bit of this yellow. I'm basically going to make a brown, very, very, very light brown, just to give it a kind of a cream color. But this is also going to stay on underneath everything and give it a bit of a Kodachrome vibe. That I just want, anything to make. I mean, I think I love black and white photography, but generally black and white photography is rarely purely black and white, especially if you see a print in person. Maybe on the internet, it could be just pure black and white, but if you go see a print in a museum or a gallery, you'll find that it's, especially older prints, no surprise, have maybe yellowed a little bit, or they were printed on a cream-colored film, or not film, print like paper that you print your photos on. And so they often have a little bit of color to them, even though they're technically black and white. So this is also just going to give that painting a little bit of extra pop, because I think it could be a little bit boring if it's just pure black and white. So this is just going to help give it that little bit of inner glow, inner vibrance that I like in my paintings. So feel free to skip any of these steps and make the painting however you want to make it. Yeah, Pascal says, I mean, it'd be nice to have the music playing in the background, but the rights would certainly cause the video get taken down. And okay, so that's good. I'm going to actually blow dry this really quickly, and then I'm going to put the next coat of paint over top of it. So I'm just going to mute the audio for a moment. Okay, so now I've got this underneath here, and that's cool. This is, again, you can kind of almost think of this, speaking of the Ramones, sort of like that good little drum beat that underlines every Ramones song, that thump 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 thump, and it's omnipresent. Some kind of color. Again, you could use something else. You could use a I could see like a magenta, like our cool red, could look kind of cool under it and give it maybe a bit of a menacing quality potentially. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to put some paint on the palette here, and I'm going to mix a little bit of a brown. Now I'm going to use probably a lot of the colors will be initially on my canvas here, or on my palette, which sounds a little bit funny to paint a black and white photograph, and obviously I've got black and I've got white, so we could just use those tools to make this painting, but and I probably, if you want to make a black and white painting, that might be the easiest, especially if you're, you know, a beginner painter. They would certainly make your life a lot easier. But I also want to show that it's possible to do this without using black. I might use a little bit of black at the very, very end to just give a couple of little pops of extra dark value, like in the eyes and that kind of area. So... And even if you make a gray, I think it might be fun, as you're going to see what I do throughout this episode, to just add a little bit of color to your gray so that it's not just gray. And there's nothing wrong with gray. I was saying to my daughter earlier today that when I was, for the longest time, my favorite color was gray. That's what I would tell people. If people ask me, what's your favorite color? Especially once I started going, when I went to art school, I'd say gray, because I do really like the color gray. Kind of goes with everything. Anyway, let's see. Let's put a little bit more. Let's just put all the colors on here. You never know. Probably a little bit less of my cool red and a little bit less of my warm blue. Don't imagine needing too much of those. So those would be probably the two least used colors, as well as warm yellow. Because primarily I'm going to be mixing a black using a combination of warm red and cool blue and a little bit of cool yellow. So those are really going to be where the majority of my paint comes from, which is going to... And when I mix paint like this, mix a black and a gray like this, the gray sometimes gets a little bit green or a little bit purple or a little bit red or pink, and again, that might be very frustrating for some people. That is one of the things I love the most about using this particular technique. So, I'm just going to wipe off some of this paint. I'm just going to clean this palette. Not really entirely. Doesn't have to be perfectly clean. Because I want to mix my paint on here. So I'm going to... How much should I put? That might be enough. Because I'm also going to add some matte medium to this. Actually, let's put this in here too. Wow, that's a big... The chat is blowing up there. People are talking. Okay. So let's mix this color that I want in here. Actually, I'll mix it right here first, because I want to make like a warm brown. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, a little bit less warm red. Let's mix this up. And then take a little bit of warm blue. In a way, this is basically making like a skin tone, although I'm going to use so much more white in here that this would be like a highlight on a skin tone, but... Okay. So now I'm just going to take this brush and wipe off all of that paint. And I'm going to mix it into this white. So I didn't even wash the brush. I just wiped off all the paint. Now that may or may not look like it's changed much, but that is definitely a lighter white. In fact, I'm gonna add just a little bit more white to it. It might be, let's put a bit off to the side here. That's cool. That does look still very creamy. See, the thing is, if it gets too dark, lightening it is really tricky. Like, you basically have to start over. So maybe I'll just sort of demonstrate that. Like, let's say you tried to mix this, but you weren't happy with it. I'm going to, again, wipe this brush off. If I really wasn't getting the color I want, then I could clean it. But rather than trying to add more and more white to this mixture, I'm just going to add, I'd sort of going to start all over here and just get this color. There we go. So again, that might look like pure white on camera, but I assure you it's got a bit more of a cream color. And now I'm going to add matte medium into this. Matte medium is just clear paint, essentially. It's paint without any pigment in it. So now I'm going to stir this up. So what this is going to do is going to make it a little bit more transparent. I'm going to see a bit more of that yellow come through, which may or may not be a good thing. We'll see here very quickly if I went too far with the matte medium. And we can always do a second coat, no problem. The other thing too is by adding a little bit of matte medium, it's going to make it more transparent so that I can still see these details here, because I don't want the figures to completely disappear. Otherwise, what's the point of doing all of these outlines on here, right? So let's load up our brush. This is not... I kind of just barely ran out of paint, so... Let's see if we can make a little bit more on the fly here. Take just a bit of that color, whip it in here. Oh! Where did that blue come from? Okay. Sometimes that happens. Let's see if... So you can see that blue got on my canvas. Let's just try to wipe that off. This is very punk rock for things to kind of go a little bit askew. Obviously, we're going to paint over a lot of details here, so, or a lot of this background. So if it's a little bit yellow, that's okay. Okay, I kind of have to let this dry because some of it has already started to dry. So I'm gonna blow dry this, and then I'm just gonna come back and just touch up a few places, right? Because if I keep on trying to paint, what happens is I end up actually it starts removing the paint, and it gets super frustrating. Okay, so let's just do a bit more of this. This time I'm going to add maybe mostly matte medium, so that it's going to be mostly transparent, this mixture. Just so that I can get some of the little edges that didn't quite get enough paint on them. Again, just keeping an eye on details, and if we just want to make sure that these figures are still visible here. I mean, it's, you know, on camera they're sort of disappearing. That doesn't bother me in the least. I mean, it doesn't make for great viewing on camera, but as long as I can see it and that I can find those details, that's the only thing that really matters, you know, if you're working on a painting like this. Oh, those little crusties somehow got into my paint. Okay, I think that's good enough. There's D-Leg, or D-Leggy, says hi from Newfoundland. Hey, how's it going in Newfoundland? The rest of Canada's been bombarded by snow. What's Newfoundland doing? You guys hanging out on the beach, suntanning, or are you hiding indoors from the spring blizzard that hit Alberta? I was talking to my parents, it's my dad's birthday today, so we're wishing him a happy birthday, and they were showing turned the camera around and showed outside, and there was like half a foot of snow outside. That's Canada for you, all right? Well, especially Alberta, you know, the saying goes in Calgary, if you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes. I'm sure there's a few other places on Earth where people say that. Like, no, we say that here. Yeah. Okay. So let's go to the next step here. Okay, so now we're going to let this dry. We've got some paint on the canvas, and it's going to take a little bit of time to dry because we've done two Imprimaturas, right? We did a kind of a stain with that warm yellow, and then we put a little bit of this creamy white over top. And we can also, again, add a little bit more white and brighten even more on top of that. But I think this is a good start. So while this is all cooking away, let's talk about who the Ramones actually were here. I should also just mention, especially if you're new to the channel, I encourage you to join the private Facebook group and take a photograph of the painting that you made today, whether it's a painting of the Ramones or something else entirely. We would love to see it. And then once a month, and I think it's coming up in a couple of weeks, I go through the Facebook group and I take all the images, organize them, and then I do a feedback episode where I offer free suggestions on how to potentially improve your work. So much of this stuff is so great that I just end up congratulating people, but if you want a little bit of feedback, you can also make a little note of that. And there's over 300 people in here who can also give you some great feedback as well. Okay, so Again, for some people who might be very familiar with the Ramones, this might be a little bit of a refresher. But the Ramones are a punk rock group that formed in New York City in the mid-1970s. And I know there's some people who will watch this video and immediately say, the Ramones were not the first punk group ever. I agree 100%, for sure. There were many bands going back decades even that we could say were proto-punk. That, I mean, Iggy Pop was making music in the mid-60s that many people would consider to be punk rock today. MC5, another famous Detroit punk group. I'm sure in this page here, there's people would talk about some of the other groups in front in here, and even the names are just escaping me. But there was a number of groups that were sort of proto-punk, that were sort of embodying the punk rock aesthetic and the sound even a little bit before the Ramones came around. But the Ramones are generally considered the ones who helped really establish, officially punk. And then once that happened, the doors blew open. A few months later, after the first album by the Ramones was released, the Sex Pistols in England formed, and there were bands here in Vancouver, the Modernettes and DOA, that were famous Canadian punk rock bands, and Teenage Head in Toronto, and down in Los Angeles there was a huge punk mecca. Really, in many ways, like Los Angeles and New York were probably the two, and maybe London were the two biggest ones. But anyway, let's just sort of talk about. Thing is, there's 4 members of the band, and there were many other ones subsequently that sort of came in and filled in, and no one in the band had a last name Ramone. These are all pseudonyms for that they took on as part of like this identity for the band, right? They were sort of like wearing a mask, which is not. In a way, punk rock is about donning this persona and a mask and being a little bit confrontational with the audience. And so even them using these kind of fake names, stage names, kind of helps. You see a lot, especially early punk rock bands, where people change their name on stage and have a totally different name. Even Iggy Pop, for instance, right? So here, the main lead singer of the band, Joey Ramone, here is Jeffrey Ross Hyman. Dee Dee Ramone, the bassist, was named Douglas Glenn Colvin. Johnny Ramone, the lead guitarist, John William Cummings. And the drummer, Tommy Ramone, Thomas Erdely. So those were the 4 main guys, and then there was a number of other people that sort of came in and out of the band. We have Marky Ramone, Richie Ramone, Elvis Ramone, and CJ Ramone. And all 4 of the original band members have since passed away most of them over the past couple of decades, right? So we see Joey is the first one to pass away in 2001, 2002, 2004, and then Tommy most recently. Named on the 100 greatest bands of all time by Rolling Stone, named number 26. VH1 says they're number 17 on their 100 greatest artists of hard rock. Wow, and the Spin magazine named them the 2nd greatest band of all time after the Beatles. And incidentally, that's where the origin of the band name comes from, because Paul McCartney, when he was as a member of the Beatles, when he would check into hotels, he would use the name, he used the name, does it say in here somewhere, Paul Ramon? And so I think they just like, oh, that's kind of cool. That's funny that he had that persona. Why don't we embody this fake persona of Paul McCartney? Let me see. In fact, why don't we, while we're doing this, so actually, in a couple of days, it's International Ramones Day, and there's a whole kind of mini movement at record stores, kind of do a little bit of a deal. But let's look at some of the photographs of the Ramones while we're sort of talking a little bit about their history here. So here's the famous photograph here, and at some point we'll see a number of other photographs from the same photo shoot where they're all smiling, which is very funny because traditionally rock bands, particularly punk rock bands, never smile in any publicity photos whatsoever. It's always very important to look like you're angry and and frustrated, and you've got a vendetta against the man. So it's funny to see this photo again here with them all having smiles. I think also you'll see one of the things that might be unique to punk rock, especially to the Ramones, is kind of the stances. They had this like very confrontational way of standing on the stage, like they're kind of about to leap out. And I guess you might say Pete Townsend from The Who really might be the first one to have taken that very aggressive sort of stance. And Pete Townsend with The Who and his little sort of big windmills on his guitar and throwing the guitar, smashing the guitar. I think those are all things that later punk rock becomes most famous for. So this is, I love this photo of Johnny right here. Or just, he looks so young and thin. That's wow. If you see interviews with him, he almost, like, he is very tall and gangly and very like an unusual person. I think if you were just to see him walking around inside of a bar or a restaurant, you would look, because he just looks different than anybody else. And then the way they dressed with the leather jackets and the jeans that were torn and had stains on them was another aspect of, like, motorcycle culture. Post World War II, the T-shirt becomes famous when American soldiers are returning from World War II, popularized the T-shirt and jeans, and that sort of just becomes their costume. Here's Debbie Harry from Blondie. And a lot of the musicians from this era played in a bar called CBGB's, which is down in the East Village. No longer exists. There might be a version that they had temporarily in Las Vegas for a while, but the original location, which was right across from the school that I went to in New York, called Cooper Union, no longer exists, unfortunately, although there's still a website where you can buy merchandise from them. Again, this kind of surly, dour kind of look. What else do I want to say here? Gabba Gabba Hey is one of the lyrics that is sort of been famous from one of the early Ramones songs. Again, this particular kind of that stance is so famous. They just seem to be like very, in a way, very photogenic. They always seem to kind of be like in a position where they're doing kind of antics on stage that would lend themselves very well to be photographed. I do want to mention. So okay, here's the same photo by Roberta Bailey here from that photo shoot, which was originally supposed to be on. It was photographed for the cover of Punk magazine, I think the 3rd issue in February '76, and they liked the photograph so much they used it for their album cover. But again, this, honestly, if they had used a photograph like that on the album cover, things might have turned out very differently. Like maybe they would be more popular or less popular. I have no idea. And if the Ramones hadn't happened, music history itself might have taken a very different turn. I don't think you could say. I think punk was on its way to happening, but maybe the look of punk might have been significantly different. I think it's worth just mentioning Roberta Bailey, who did take today's the photograph that we're going to be recreating, deserves some special recognition. Was a photographer who's sort of famous for taking a lot of important early punk rock photographs. She also worked at CBGB's and spent a lot of time there, and eventually just started bringing her camera and taking photographs of all the characters that were coming in and out of that space. And CBGB's was not just like a punk rock venue. There were other bands that played there. What does CBGB stand for? Country, Bluegrass, and Blues is what CBGB stands for. And so prior to that, you had a lot of more kind of rougher country musicians kind of coming through, like maybe Hank Williams and I'm trying to think of some, kind of like Johnny Cash type country music, not really the Garth Brooks and Shania Twain type of country music, a little bit of the more rough around the edges type of country, which there is that aspect of that type of like more rockabilly music is a part of early punk. One thing I forgot to get this up is this book, Lipstick Traces, and I'm sure we'll let that load up. I cannot recommend this book more. This is one of my favorite books of all time. Now, if you're not interested in punk music, probably less interesting to you, but what was amazing to me is this book was recommended to me by a teacher when I went to graduate school. And when I went to graduate school, I had blonde punk hair, and I was listening to punk rock music, and a teacher said, "Have you read this book?" I'm like, "I've never even heard of it." And it's like, you have to read this book. If you're going to go walk around dressed the way you are listening to the Ramones, you've got to read Lipstick Traces, because this is sort of the history behind punk rock as a philosophy and a movement that I didn't realize goes back hundreds of years, right? I was just, like any kid, just sort of imagines that you're on the avant-garde, the front wave of history, and then you realize, wow, there have been hundreds and hundreds of people going back to the Middle Ages who embodied the punk rock ethos, right? So much so that I don't think it's in this book. I read this book 20 plus years ago. It's been a few years. But, I was thinking, like people that I would consider to really embody the punk rock spirit, like probably Jesus, I would say is like one of the, in my mind, embodies all of the values of punk rock, which I'm sure some people would say is heresy. But I don't think it's, there was that musical Jesus Christ Superstar that came out, in the 60s, that sort of, places Jesus in like this pop music context. And I think like Jesus, and this is quite the tangent, but I think is more punk rock than pop, in that he was much more about defying the conventions of society, questioning the rules and the laws, and than just simply being this really nice guy, right? I think maybe Jesus was a really nice guy, but I think he was also a revolutionary, which is one of the reasons why he was ultimately executed, right? Anyway, long story short, great book. I've seen many different versions of this cover. I have one in a box somewhere here that doesn't look like this at all. But again, great book. You can certainly find it for much cheaper than $41 here on Amazon. Let's just take a quick zoom in on where are we here? Where? Wanted to show you CBGBs. So this is where I went to school. This school called Cooper Union. And none of this looks... It's weird seeing it from above here like that. Cooper's right in the middle of the intersection. This is Cooper Union right here. Yeah, here's Cooper Union. So Cooper Union was... this is what's so cool about the school that I went to for undergraduate is this great hall that's in the basement of Cooper Union where every American president has spoken, like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln gave a very famous speech, and that's where you take your art history classes. And then right across the street, I think would have been right here, was where CBGB's was. I think it's been a few years, and it no longer exists. But I also mentioned, just an interesting little coincidence, is that this area here is also Little Odessa, or kind of Little Ukraine. There's a lot of Ukrainian restaurants right around the corner. A very famous one. Anyway, the photos I can't see here. Right, is it right here? And also the oldest bar in New York City, McSorley's, right here. Highly recommend it. If you're going to go to New York, you got to go have a beer or a water at McSorley's. That is really, I think, the coolest place. I dragged my wife there and her friend when we were there last time. She's like, whatever. We got there. She's like, whoa, this is the coolest place I've ever been to. So got to go to McSorley's. It's, again, their slogan is, we were here before you were born. And on the walls of the bar here are helmets from like 250 years of American or firefighters that are on the wall here. And when you order a beer, they give you 2 tiny mugs, and cheese and Ritz crackers. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about that. I guess it's just stuff that is in the background of this, where these musicians spent so much of their time. Okay, so let's get... Today's a painting class, so not a nostalgia journey. So let's talk about how we want to progress here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix my black, and I'm going to do a little bit of outlining. Maybe I'll go gray. A little bit of outlining on some of the facial features and hands, so that as I go, I'm not so afraid of them disappearing under other layers of color. Okay, so let's mix our gray. As I said, you could just use black and white and be done with it, and you'd probably be like, wow, you're really overcomplicating this painting, Michael. And it wouldn't be the first time. So I'm going to take some of my red here, my warm red, and then I'm going to take some cool blue. I'll probably end up using all of this at some point, but one of the things I find, if the paint will stay a little bit more wet like that than if I start mixing it and getting some air into it. Starts drying a little faster. Okay, so right here we've got a purple, a very deep purple. not the band, but the the color. So that purple exists. Let's officially go on the air. So what we've just done is we took our warm red and our cool blue, and you see that they almost cross over the neutral core. They're not quite opposite from one another on the color wheel. So the color that results is a kind of a bit of a muddy purple. Not quite as saturated and bright than if we mixed a cool red and warm blue together, right? Remember, those are the colors I said probably not going to use too much of them today. That's why I put very little on the palette. So if we mix this color and then we add some cool yellow to it, what it does is it just pulls that color into the neutral core. And to make that gray is exactly what I'm about to do right here, right? So I've mixed my purple. Now I'm going to put this yellow in. And of course, you can just see, like, if you add too much yellow and it goes kind of greeny or brownish, that means, so if it goes a little bit brown, that means you got maybe too much warm red. And so you just need to add a little bit more of these, the cool blue and cool yellow. If it goes a little bit greenish, that means we got maybe a little too much blue and cool yellow. We just need to add a little bit of red. And so it's, that color might kind of circle around the neutral core. And if you're trying to figure out, like, did I get it? Am I in the right place? Just take a little bit of white and mix that into your color, and you'll see pretty quickly. Right, so that looks pretty good in terms of a gray. It maybe looks still a little bit purpley. So if I put a little bit more white, or sorry, yellow into this color. Oh, I went a little far. And so now this has gone a bit brown. I'll put a little bit more blue in here. The blue goes pretty quick, makes quite a change quickly. So you just want to keep that in mind to not overdo it with the blue. And then let's see if we mix this here. That's pretty good, although maybe even a little bit more on the blue side. So we've got a bit more of a purpley here. We've got, that's not bad actually. Let's put a bit more red in here. Anyway, what I'm going to be doing throughout today's painting is using these different, slightly different colored grays in this image, just so I can, if anything, it might actually make my life a little bit easier, because I'm trying to paint the whole thing in just pure grays, black, white, and gray, different shades of gray, or tones of gray, then I'm really limiting the spectrum of possibilities of describing lots of different features in this painting. It's not so complex here because we really just have four guys standing against a brick wall, but especially if we had a sky and trees and a river, and like that would really make this much more complex, in which case you could still use a gray that you mixed with black and white, but you might want to have a few of these colors just to add a little bit of pop of color into them. Okay, so let's now take this color and a small brush, and the color I think I ended with here is fine. I think it's pretty close to the middle. In fact, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I'm going to go for a little bit of a lighter, not my darkest color. So let's move this here. Let's take a bit more. I'm going to make a kind of a dark gray, not my darkest value, because maybe I want to go darker in some of those places. There we go. You can see a really nice gray there. It is a little bit more on the slightly greenish side, but that's happy for me. Okay, so let's begin here. zoom in. I'm going to go a little bit from left to right. Come on. Make a little story here. Okay, so we'll start here with Johnny. Did I call Joey Johnny earlier? I'm probably going to do that a dozen times for today's episode. So this is probably going to do a little bit of bleeding over from just from that will also be a little bit of like some of these, what I'm trying to say is some of these lines I'm painting right now might show through all the way until the very end, which is a little bit different than the way that I normally paint if I do underpainting at all. Most of the time they disappear under other layers, but I could see, let's say, what I'm doing right now being visible all the way into the very, very end. And I should also just say, if you see what I just did is I took the outline and I just tucked it underneath my canvas here. That way I can just look straight up here and see what I'm painting, right? It's going to just make my life a little bit easier, so I'm not having to look up here at the computer screen all the time. Because if I get pretty close to my outline, I'll be happy. Okay. So I might do a lot of outlining right here. Now that I'm doing this, I'm thinking this would probably make my life really easy if I can get a lot of this done now. Now you could use a Posca pen for doing a lot of the outlining work as well. The one thing with Posca pens, even if you use a gray Posca pen or whatever, is that they take a little bit of time to dry, and that can be kind of frustrating because sometimes if you paint over that wet Posca pen, it'll come alive and blur and so let's just move up here. The Ramones often wore these kind of baggy jeans too, so, or not baggy, that's right, the exact opposite. Fairly tight jeans, so I just have to make sure that I don't get too baggy with the way that I'm painting them. While I'm right here, I'm just gonna move over and paint Tommy's. So you can see I'm not worried about getting all of these lines in so perfectly. It's just a matter, I just want to be able to make sure that I'm going to see all of this. What a couple of nuts, all these guys. So any time that we've got this many people in one photograph, it definitely takes a lot longer to do, just because there's that many more details to do. Stick a DD here on the end. Let's get these legs in. So I'm still not even entirely sure how I want to do this. Like at the moment, I'm sort of approaching it like a fairly realistic painting. That, I mean, we could go here and use a palette knife or splatters, and which you know, arguably could be more or less punk. You know, I think there's definitely a bit of a cliche of punk as just being a big mess. Okay, so let's just take a look here. So I think I'm feeling pretty good about that as a first little step here. So now what I want to do is I want to think about, well, actually, if this is my underpainting, then let's move on to another step. Okay. So already I've got my Imprimatura done, and I've got, well, I had the image transfer, Imprimatura, and now our underpainting done. So my next step here is to do the background. I want to try to get the brickwork in and the area that they're standing on established. So let's take a look at the photograph again and just think about the color we just used. Can we use that color? Do we want to use that color? Do we want to give it a slightly different type of a gray? And if it was a different gray, what would be the most appropriate? And I think we might use a few different ones here. I think it's a time to take a sip of tea and think. I guess now that I'm thinking about it, am I going to make it too complicated for myself and for anybody watching if I really start playing with color back here? what if we have just a little bit more of a bluish gray in the background? Maybe a bit more purpley on the ground itself. I think I might do that. Okay, so we've made this one gray already. All right, I like that gray a lot. Let's do another mix right here. So I took my cool blue and warm red, mix those up. I don't think since I'm using mostly gray for this entire painting, having a lot mixed up is, I think, a better idea than just trying to use the same color. And also that way, if I do want to use this gray again, I still have some here to kind of go back to. And at the very least, even if it's dry, I can mix my color over top of it to see if I can match that. That's also really important. So let's take some of my yellow. So right now it's a bit more on the purpley side. Let's take a bit more blue. That right now looks a little bit more, maybe very subtly blue, which is what I want. Let's take some white and mix that. So see how that's a different gray than that gray? Is that the gray that I want? I think so. Okay, so let's get an even lighter version of it. This will be kind of my darkest gray for the background. And this gray, let's even take a bit more white and I'll put this one down here. So now I've got a few different versions of this color. What I want to do next is I want to start painting some bricks. So let's just take some of this paint off if I can get it. So let's see, I'll start painting it and we'll put these side by side and just see how dark this should actually go. So this is the color I just mixed. If I put it here, that might be a little bit too dark, right? For maybe, well, actually, you know what? Maybe for some of these bricks that are right here, maybe that actually will work. Now, also, we could just use a darker glaze afterwards to darken things, which I'll probably do. But it's always easier to do it quote-unquote right the first time, and then there's just less to do afterwards if I can get it relatively right. Okay. Let's go to my a little bit lighter gray. And now I'm going to go to like the top left corner of my painting. I'm not really concerned if these bricks are a little misshapen or whatever. I'm going to paint the space in between them eventually too, the mortar. So I'm not really following the lines here too much, just because I'm kind of going maybe a little bit faster, but I'm also not, I don't think that anyone's going to really care if they're not perfect. Now, at this moment, I'm not going to spend too much time trying to get, you know, like different varieties of gray in here. I just want to get as much on the painting as possible. Alright, so you can see that there's some of these mismatched bricks in there, and I've kind of evened it out, you know. I don't know if that's heresy or I'm just going to keep on going. So let's do the same thing. So have to be, as I get a little bit, as I get going here, I was like, okay, don't get too sloppy and just put in blobs here, Michael. Let's try to keep a standard of quality. We'll fix that later, because it looks like, I'm not sure how that all works back there, but So again, this is why I didn't spend too long when I was doing my outline on these bricks. I just sort of got, you know, I just did lines straight across and then just started dividing them in between. I didn't, and I guess I kind of sped through that a little bit when I showed the image transfer, but I knew I was probably going to be doing something like this. I just sort of broke up a brick there. Just looks like, you know, some of these are a little bit uneven, and when I put the mortar in between here, I can also have a little bit of fun. So like the thing that, you know, I'm thinking about as I do kind of bricks like this is that potentially some people will go like later on like, wow, you kind of did a pretty sloppy job on those bricks. Like some of them are not even. And you could say like, well, that's the photograph. The brick wall they were standing in front of when they took the photograph, the bricks were all uneven. And actually, if anything, I cleaned them up a little bit. People are like, okay, sure. So if we have these bricks a little bit uneven, then we're gonna have to really, we're gonna kind of degrade them a little bit and make them maybe a little bit less perfect later on, so it doesn't look like we were sloppy when we made our painting, that we were actually trying to describe these bricks relatively faithfully. I mean, this side of the wall over here is just a mess, right? So, I also just want to be careful I don't get sucked into like 4 hours of painting a background, right? That this is relatively unimportant compared to the rest of the painting. So, just also bearing that in mind, I think, is important. Oops. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Just looking for spaces in between the, you know, the figures and their arms. Is there some brick that's showing through, like, on that arm? I think I got all of that. Okay, so let's just zoom back out and just take a quick little look at where we are. In fact, if anything, I kind of maybe did those bricks a little bit darker. Not bad, just maybe a little bit darker than I was planning on it. Anyway, let's take more white, and I'm gonna just mix this over here because they were a little bit in fact, I need more white. If I try to lighten that color up by just putting more white in there, it's just going to go by very small degrees later. So let's get some of this white. We can use this for the mortar and the bricks. But I might also use this for the area in behind them. So Let's just see how light this is. That's pretty good, actually. This is a little bit lighter. I'm actually going to put a bit of... Well, I was going to put matte medium. You know what? I think I'm just going to keep it like that. But as I go, I'm going to take a little bit of other gray and just sort of bounce around with a few different colors just to give it a little bit of a slightly uneven quality. Just like I don't think I'm going to paint any graffiti on here. Maybe. We'll see. In fact, that's almost like a little bit more even than I was planning on it. I'm going to take... Okay, one thing, while I've got this color, I want to try to use it as much as possible to bridge all of these gaps, because I don't have too many like I want a color that's here to also appear here, so that I don't have too much wildly different colors going in behind these figures. Now there are obviously shadows under between their legs that their bodies are casting on that back wall, but a level of consistency will keep some level of believability. So I'm happy with that so far. Maybe now I'm just going to take a little bit more of my darker gray. So I missed his hand is in here, so we'll have to bring that back. My darker gray, there's Okay. I'm happy with that. So now let's take the same color and I'm going to go do a little bit of the in and around the bricks. Let's zoom back in. Okay. So I'm not super worried about hiding the cream white that we have in the background, or that we applied as part of our Imprimatura process. I don't care if a little bit of that shows through. If anything, that can be kind of cool. And I'm not worried about making these lines straight. I'm going to go back over some of these bricks and distress them a little bit. And maybe put little shadows underneath some bricks. So this is still just part of the, you know, the beginning process of doing all this. This is not the, it's not like I'm about to move on and never look back on the background here. We still got lots of work to do to build this environment, I guess, up. Okay. I'm also never concerned if I go a little bit over, let's say on the hair of these figures, or because this is just the background layer, right? I don't want to like completely swamp their faces with color, but if a little bit gets over, that's okay. That's why I always work from background to foreground, so that if I do get a little bit of, you know, I'm going to paint the foreground colors over top of the background colors, and it just will sort of kind of like naturally kind of mask them out a bit. So the only thing I think about at this time is just trying not to get too wide of brush strokes, to keep it so not to get too careless or sloppy as I go here, because the tendency, especially when you're doing repetitive things like bricks over and over, is you just start being like, let's just kind of fudge it a little bit, and that's the kind of stuff that later on you regret. Like at the time you're like, I just need to get this done. You know, if you're feeling that way, I think it's probably best just to take a break and to come back and work on it another time. Because when you really rush paintings, generally the quality suffers quite a lot, and then you're not happy with the results, and then you kind of might start doubting your actual ability, and that's not positive. We want to build ourselves up and develop more and more courage and confidence. Oops, nothing's on camera here. Okay, so that kind of, it's cleaned up, and it maybe, again, those kind of things, you're something like, is that too clean, especially for this type of a picture? So oh, I just need to get some slightly darker bricks for this area. Or sorry, slightly darker mortar for this area in behind here. Okay. Maybe let's do the ground next. And I'm going to make this just slightly different. I was going to make it a bit more reddish or purple, right? That's what I was thinking about doing. So let's take some of this. Let's put it right here. Let's take a bit more red and mix this in here. Oh, I was gonna make, yeah, okay, so oops, let's take that color again. Let's take some cool blue and warm red, make a purple, and then just take this color, mix that a bit in there, and then let's get some white in here. It's going to be slightly different color than the one we had up here, right? And it might seem like, it looks the same, but once we start putting something like that, I don't know if you can see that, but that looks quite different. For me, anyway. And I like that. I could see some people not liking it. The other thing too, as I'm doing the ground down here, I want to remember, I'm going to try to keep horizontal lines down here because I want it to look like the ground. If I do too many vertical lines, it might make them look like they're sort of floating off of this weird, like, it might confuse the space for viewers a little bit. And I don't mind challenging viewers, but confusing viewers is different than challenging a viewer. Right? You don't want somebody being like, that looks pretty sloppy. You want them thinking like, that's interesting what they did there. And that's easier said than done, the distinction between those two. So let's look back, compare these. So this area can get darker. So really, right now I'm sort of approaching it like it almost is more like an impressionist painting. Maybe I'll do the whole thing in this style without any glazing. I don't know. Take a little bit more of my dark kind of purpley color. I'm raising this back wall up a little bit. That's why it's not matching up, so then I'm just going to come back here. I'm just going to put a few little imperfections, little rocks and things back here. Start to make this look a little more debris. Maybe I almost kind of a little bit overdid that a little bit. So I can also just kind of lighten some of these. Okay. So time for just a sip of tea here. Wow, so many comments. Talking Pascal and Lolly having a conversation about impressionism and pushing color. Okay. Do I want to move on to the figures and then come back to the bricks? Maybe let's do that, in case some people are like, wow, this has spent a long time on that background, Michael. Let's move on. So what should we do first? Let's do... I'm probably going to mix one continuous skin tone that I'm just going to apply quickly over all of their faces and hands, and just sort of use that to establish something consistent. I'm going to go back to this color, which it's got a bit of a greenish quality to it. So let's, I may even want to mix, or was it this color that I mixed? Was that what's in here? Let's just double check. That looks like the same color. Good. Okay, we want a very light color for the faces. So I'm gonna start out with my matte medium here. Some white. So like pretty transparent, because mostly their faces are kind of the lightest parts of this entire image, but I kind of want to reserve, white for the very, very end for any potential highlights. So I want to be able to brighten things up. So this is sort of like when we're painting in color, we call like our middle value. Like, so for instance, his white shirt, that should be pretty much white. I'm just kind of quickly going pretty sloppily over top of all of these faces. That's why I do that underpainting, right? Okay, oh yes, there was a hand that was covered, so I'm going to paint that. I mean, it does help that all of these guys all have very similar skin tones, right? If we had a number of different people from different ethnicities or ages, or even if there were some that were in shadows and some in bright light, that would add another level of complexity to this type of situation. I'm lucky that things are relatively straightforward here. I just noticed I missed a few bricks in behind here. And just to have to remember, this was this color here, right? Oops, I can't see any of that I just did. Ugh. I have to do a lot of that, don't I? Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I've forgotten a few times to do today. Okay, so I did just put a little bit of color on the faces but I really want to now work on the rest of the body. I forgot to put this up, so I'll just try to remember when I do the timestamps to go back a little bit earlier than this. But anyway, so now we're going to continue putting more color on, what should we do next? The hair and jackets, I think. Although the jeans are also not that dark, because usually what I want to do is sort of go in, like, if I'm using the same color, then I can kind of just keep going in increments here. So the next lightest thing would be the jeans. So I'm also just going to use this same color that I just used for their faces, and I'm just going to make it darker. I'm going to keep a little bit of this. I'm just going to mix it right into here. Oops. So that was my skin tone, and then here's my, we'll see, this might be a little bit too dark. That's actually okay. I think that's going to be fine. These guys got even lighter pants. Let's add just a bit more white in here. Okay, let's do some jackets now, I think. So the next thing, even though they have black jackets on, I don't want to go paint big black, just use my, like, literally black to do this. I want to darken it, you know, darker than these jeans, but I also want to, again, reserve an area so that I can start with, maybe these are the highlights that I'm painting. I'll just paint the whole jacket, the highlights, and then afterwards I can then go and darken on top of that. So let's take this color and darken them over the jeans. So even this, I'm already like, that might be a little bit too dark. It's okay, but Also see it also preserves, oops, some of that transparency from the matte medium. It's still very helpful here. I'm going to use, I'm going to use the same color here. Do the same, or not same color, the same tone for their hair. And they all have fairly kind of dark brown hair that just looks kind of gray here. Oh, I forgot his belly there. You see? Gotta watch those things, Michael. Okay, it's got a bit more white. Oh, it's got some of my purple in that, so I don't want that at all. Oh, and his shirt's dark too. So let's just... I mean, I kind of like it like this. I mean, if someone said I had to stop right now, I probably would not be too bummed out. I mean, I love having those experiences where you paint and you're like, ooh, that's kind of cool. Should we just stop? So I'm gonna keep on going. And, I totally get it. Sometimes people make a painting and then they get to a certain point and they're like, oh, I should have stopped an hour ago. It's ruined. Ugh. I encourage you to not feel like you made a huge mistake by going, by continuing. Because if you got to a point where you liked it, but you kept going further, the likelihood is you could easily do it again. Okay, so just barely painted his shirt a little bit of white, because that's about the lightest thing. Oh, and the shoes, they all have fairly white shoes. So let's... Okay, so now everything has been covered. All of we had the yellow Imprimatura, and then we covered it with that cream color, and all of that is now mostly covered, like 95%. There's little things poking out here and there. I like that look. I'm not really concerned about completely obliterating that. I am starting to get a little chilly. Did I have my normal sweater down here? Yeah, I might. Debating whether I want to put that on. It's not consistent with the... What's the point of wearing a Ramones shirt if it's covered, right? People talking about paintings that aren't finished, that are lingering around. I encourage you to try to finish a painting before you start too many new ones, because then it's like having a whole bunch of unfinished things. And you know, I'm the last person who should talk. I've been working on a graphic novel for 5 years, and there's still lots of work to be done on it. This summer we'll finish it, but it's once you start, then there's a weight that starts to, I don't know about, at least for me, that starts to build if I leave those things for too long. Okay, I think actually I'm gonna move back to here. So now I've got the whole this whole painting covered with paint, and now I've got all of the major shapes in position. What I want to do is let's finish the background, and then that way we don't really have to think about it too much more, and we can just focus on the four gentlemen in the foreground. Okay, so let's see what I should remember here. This is the figures. This is the bricks, and this was the ground. I don't foresee us doing too much more of the ground, but I might want to bring a bit of it back up in behind them now that I think. So I'm going to take a little bit of this purple, just do a bit of outlining with it. Again, I don't want to go, I want to try to avoid as much as possible to putting like a really dark color in the background. I want to at least have a little bit more of a grayish background, because that's going to give a sense of atmosphere, and it won't directly compete with the foreground elements, which are figures. So I'm taking this color that I had down here, and I'm just going to come up and see how dark this is. Could be a little bit darker, hey? And do maybe a little select underlining, not on every brick. I'll go darker in there, but like the light is kind of even. It's kind of coming almost from the front. Maybe a little, so the light is sort of coming maybe directly here, so because we have a bit of shadows going to their right. So we might have a bit more. So this is where I can kind of now muddy these bricks up a little bit. Doing kind of like little spots I did on the ground. I'm almost, I've almost kind of overdone it a little bit here, so yeah, it's always a balancing act. So I might even go the other way and add a little bit lighter shade or tones here. I don't know, we'll see it once I get all the way across and even it out. We'll be able to judge. So probably what I'm going to do after this is actually go back over some of these bricks with the original color and just maybe thin some of these shadows out, because I'm going kind of quickly and they're kind of becoming thicker than shadows that I'd probably want. Okay, so let's just sort of look at this. I like it, but it's also very even. Almost too even. So let's now take this color. More white in here. And I just want to kind of go around and thin some of those out, but also maybe darken a few even as well. So some people, you know, when they're painting would do this all at the same time. Like just go and add lots of variety as they're painting it the first time around. No problem with that. I just find it's easier for me and faster for me if I just sort of almost think of a painting in a bit of an assembly line process and just sort of go all the way across with one thing, then come back and do little bits here and there. That's just the way that I've always worked. I always find that that's works best for me. Let's also I want to go in and also just play a little bit more with the space in between these bricks. Maybe I should have done this earlier. You can see I'm not really looking at the screen or any comments people have left, so hopefully the audio is still working, and my apologies for once again, I just want to go on a few of these bricks. Like, even a really nice, clean brick wall is going to have some areas that are I mean, it's almost kind of like the look of brick is that little bit of variety, where some are just, you know, a little bit darker. I think a brick wall that looks like one even thing starts to look like it's not real, like it's a you know, wallpaper or something. Anyway, I think that's probably enough on there. Do I want to do any of the graffiti? My fear with the graffiti, at least at this moment, is that it might make it look might look a little sloppy. It might just distract from everything else. So maybe we'll see. I would probably lean not to putting in that, but okay. Okay. I think that's good for right now. So let's do our next pass here. So I'm getting a little chilly here in my studio. I'm gonna put on my regular sweater. Okay. Crooked here. What's going on there? No, I want to go the other way. Okay. Anyway, whatever. So let's now do the figures in the foreground. I feel like I'm done enough of the background to feel like I can move on. So probably the next step might make sense to do some faces and hair, then do hands, jackets, pants. I think we'll see. It also just depends on the color that I have mixed on my brush, and then I'll probably do a little bit of bouncing back and forth. In many ways, that's a lot easier to do when we're painting in black and white, because especially if I've decided all these figures, their skin tones and jackets are all using the same gray, then if I'm using a highlight on a face, I can just use that same highlight on the jeans, or vice versa, as opposed to generally, if I've got a highlight color that I'm using on a face, I would only want to use it on another part of flesh in a painting. So let's dial down into these faces here. Actually, maybe the color that I'm going to use. Remember, I mixed this color much earlier on, and all of these grays, every single gray that I'm using is just my warm red, cool blue, cool yellow. I'm modifying the ratios to get some that have a little bit more blue, some that have got a bit more green, and some that have got a bit more purple. And it's pretty hard to you're like, wow, that's green, that's blue. That's good. I mean, I want them to be very, very minor, differences. You could see like that when they're combined next to one another, like, wow, those are very different grays. On the palette, they look fairly similar, right? If anything, some people might feel like that's too much variety in a so-called black and white photograph or black and white painting. So let's do our darker values. So let's take this gray. Because we're gonna paint on these faces, we want it to be fairly light to start. So it's gonna take some of this white. Like even that, it's gonna be okay. I mean, they're lit pretty evenly, and they're pretty. So it's not like we have to do too much There's not too many dark shadows on the faces, I guess is what I'm slowly building to. So I might do this whole thing without any glazing fluid and just try to barrel right through with kind of more of an impressionist approach to color. Or to painting, sorry. So I'm just sort of blopping these kind of shapes onto their faces. Let's see, the same sort of thing with hands. So this is very subtle because this is my first little pass with any of these colors, with this different tone here. Okay, since I got this, let's go down to these shoes. Okay. So how about let's go back up to these faces. And let's do the next darker value on the faces. Alright, so I'm going to take a bit, that's my dark gray, just mix this into here. This is sort of my next step. Right, I could do certainly more than this. I could do 4 steps in between here, but I'm going to keep it rolling pretty aggressively. Huh, what's that? Some lighter. Anyway, we'll fix that later. Let's get these shoes. Okay. This hole in these jeans, I should tackle that now here, maybe. I should have done this earlier. I didn't even think about it. That will come together when we do actually some of the darker areas around there. Actually, let's... Okay. Well, he says you make it look frustratingly easy. I don't know. I appreciate that, but doesn't always feel that way on my end. So next, let's do the... Let's go for a darker value, which you can also use to start building up a little bit of hair as well. So right now that doesn't seem like that dark, but that's pretty dark. In fact, maybe let's do a little bit of the face, the eyes actually, before I do some hair. So those eyes just disappeared behind those sunglasses, and the sunglasses maybe even should go darker even beyond that. We'll see. Let's get some of these fingers. Oops. I go much further down here. That's thumb there. Okay. Let's just take a look at these fellows now as we're building. Okay. Let's go. I think now what I'm going to do is go much darker and maybe start doing hair, jackets. So I might go not quite all the way off the deep end with my darkest color, but I'm going to go close. Oops, so you see this is my darkest of this for the figures, and I'm going to go to like 80% dark. Always reserving a little bit more black for some part that I might need. Okay, so see, so imagine if I had gone right to my darkest color, then where, you know, and I put that in here, how would I get even darker around? Like, those are things I'm always thinking about. Like, if I'm doing and working in kind of a step-by-step process like this, we want to sort of go a little bit at a time. I'm actually going to continue on the faces. I'm going to keep everything kind of as consistent as possible. So I'm going to probably do as much of the of these guys all at once, build it up. It's not maybe as satisfying because everything kind of goes kind of slow, but I think ultimately my results will work well for what we're going for here. So now if I put like black inside here for those eyes, we'll see those eyes behind the sunglasses. And one of the things I'm thinking about as I'm like, I can't believe, I think I misnamed Johnny Joey, or Joey Johnny, or I got their names backwards. I think I was looking at a picture of Joey and called him Johnny. I'm thinking like, there is definitely, there are fans who would immediately turn the thing off. They'd be like, this idiot doesn't know what he's talking about. And I think all the time about how doing this type of thing, and now whenever I see newscasters or celebrities, make a mistake, call somebody the wrong thing, or forget somebody's name on camera, and then you see the comments, people are like, how could he have forgotten the name of one of his band members on live television? Like, obviously that person is not, he doesn't value that person, or what. And you just think like, oh man, until you're on the other side of that camera, you're trying to like talk and not make mistakes, it's pretty hard to understand. I'm surprised I'm not like constantly making egregious mistakes. I mean, maybe I am. Who knows? Sometimes I say cool red when I'm talking about warm red, and then I see people like, did you mean? Like, oh yeah, I probably did mean that. I just keeping my story straight here. Well, he says we can't always be perfect. I mean, look at those deep, that intense look here. So capturing that is going to be a little bit tricky. I'll probably have to come back in and add a little bit of white, perhaps, on either side of those eyes. So you can see now that I'm painting this, I realize like, oh, that background is a little bit dark. It's a little bit darker than I had wanted it to get to. But I'm still going to darken even again on the hair and everything else another level here, but probably would have been nice if I had even more flexibility there, but that's going to need a little more work in this area for sure. I've kind of thinned his face out a lot. He looks kind of like a young little boy. So maybe before I go too much further, let's see if I can just widen his face out a bit. Okay. Let's go to these shoes and tackle that. Okay. So let's just zoom in just a bit. Okay, they're all coming together. We're still, you know, in terms of my dark values, I'm at maybe 60%. I can obviously go much darker, which is what I want to do. I want to keep on kind of building. And then if there's a little bit of highlights I want to put down, I want to put those at the very end. So now I could probably use, I could start going, I'm at the point where some of these, I start seeing the darker areas of the jacket now that I can use with the same color. So maybe I'll pause on the rest of the faces, and let's now look at their, the jeans. In fact, I'm going to use the exact, same color here for the jeans. I'm going to put a little bit of matte medium. Ooh, to thin this painting out, or thin this color out just a little bit. Also, some of this paint is starting to get a little bit thick, and it's not going on maybe as smoothly as I'd like. So adding a little bit of matte medium instead of water, because that water is going to evaporate really quickly, and you're just the problem's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So I'm adding a little bit of matte medium. It's going to thin it a little bit, but if I just mix a little bit more paint back into my mixture, it should be more than fine. Where should we go? I think I'm going to do the pants first, because the jackets, those are all darker, so I might actually go, the next step, go much darker after that. So let's just see. We'll see pretty quickly how dark this gray is. So I might even thin that pant leg out later on. So we'll see if that's too much of an extreme, right? Like I've got pretty strong contrast between those grays. Can I live with that? Did I go too dark too quickly? I don't know. Let's continue moving across here. Like at the moment I might be like, oh, there should be maybe 2 or 3 steps in between here. But let's just plow ahead, and then we'll see when we got more and more, like when we got all the pants. Come on, what's going on here? What is this? See what's happening up here. So I'm just painting all these like little folds, and just the more and more you paint them, the more it starts to give dimension to the body and the what's underneath the folds. And you don't have to paint all of them, but it certainly and we might even do a little bit of highlights back on top. Just like I'm going to do here with the white of the torn jeans. Notice like I'm just sort of making these little bits of jagged lines here. I'm not fully following the original clothing, but these little kind of wobbly lines just remind us that it is in fact clothes and not, I don't know, aluminum or something, right? That there's folds and wrinkles, and the line is uneven. It's wider and thinner and wider and thinner. And I always just use whatever else is around. So let's say I can't figure out what to do right here. Well, what I do is I look at the hand, and then I can just draw a line right across. Is there any lines on the jeans right between these two fingers? No. How about if we go up higher to midway along the thumb? There's something, right? And then once you've got a little thing like that established, then almost everything else kind of falls into place. Okay, so let's just zoom back out and just see how our pants are looking. That's pretty good. I think I can... I could be fine with that. I think there's going to be a few places where I darken it and maybe a tiny few places where I put a little bit of highlighting. But for the most part, I'm pretty happy with the way those jeans turned out. I also, you can see it's kind of nice with just that little bit of darker jeans on these two guys versus these guys. That comes through just a little bit, right? Which is what I want. So that's good. I think we're doing good. So now, I think what I want to do is I'm gonna go on to do the jackets, and then we're gonna be finishing touches. I mean, obviously the finishing touches will include doing a little bit more on the hair and hands and stuff, but we're doing pretty well, like considering how relatively complex this image is with 4 people. A lot of people are gotta go to bed. Lolly's gotta go to bed. Donna's going, or did Donna go to, oh, Donna's still there. I thought there was a few other people that left when I glanced up briefly, but kudos to all of you who are still here painting along with me. So we're gonna go to it much darker now. So here's my dark color. I do want to be a little bit conscious of, I'm starting to run out of that gray, so I may have to remix it again. Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna blow dry all that because my hand's gonna start going over top of this surface, so I'm just gonna mute. So to see in the chat there, who was it? Paul says, my figures are, some look like girls. I struggle to paint boys. That's totally a common thing. If you're sometimes, you know, all of these guys also have long hair, which, you know, is just, you know, we tend to associate more with females than males. And so that makes things maybe a little bit more tricky, right? Little things you could do to make a person look more masculine would be to de-emphasize lips. So for maybe not putting red on lips, not making them as big and voluptuous of lips, making the jaw more pronounced, like defining the jaw, making it squarer, literally using like Van Gogh angular brushstrokes. As opposed to a female face, you might want to round that out gently, emphasizing like the Adam's apple in here, right? Those little things are going to make it look more masculine than feminine, right? The nose, often when we're painting female faces, we want to de-emphasize the nose and maybe not even paint the bridge of the nose and just paint under the nose. Whereas a male figure, we're probably going to make it a little bit more pronounced. Those those would be the main things I can think off the top of my head. We'll probably see a few things, more of that as this painting continues to develop. Like right now, you're like, oh, I feel pretty good, but there still needs to be more that happens there. So I'll encounter more of those challenging moments shortly here. Great questions, and those things are very, very common. So I wouldn't. That's yeah. We're right in the thick of it with a painting like this for sure. Okay, so let's start going dark into this jacket here. And you can see once I start putting that black, it's like, whoa, okay, well now a lot of the stuff in the hair, that's going to have to get darker as well, right? Absolutely. Oops, big glob of paint on there. So again, this is, maybe there should have been another level of value in between all those, but I don't mind it so much right now, and I'll just keep on going. I'm going to just do all the jackets, and then we'll come back and do the faces here. Keep the same assembly line kind of process going here. So we'll define a little bit of the difference between these two guys' jackets later on, but that's probably good enough for right now. With the next level of black as we go. It's a little bit undefined in here, but it's all dark area anyway, so. So again, where does this collar? I think it's right in here. Let's just take a look. That's his chin. It seems to line up somewhere in here, so that's good enough for me. just going to put a bit of matte medium on my palette just to keep this paint wide awake. Again, it's going to make it a little bit transparent by adding matte medium to it. I'm not adding that much. The other thing too is the paintbrush starts to kind of get a little globby as the paint sort of works its way up the ferrule. So actually I'm just going to clean that brush off, even though I'm going to use the same color, just to get any kind of dried paint off. Brush loves that. Brushes are like, oh, thank you so much for taking care of me like that. That was just so sweet. A brush really notices when you're really nice to it, so always want to be nice to your brushes. Like even this big arm here, big lanky arm, kind of just weirdly hanging out like that. It just seems particularly like an awkward Joey thing to have. Okay, one more jacket. Okay. So one of the things, just like folds is often just sort of these alternating patterns, like, how would you just, like, steps or something, as the fabric kind of bunches up a little bit. Okay, I think that's good for jackets. So now really the main things left to do is just kind of darken hair, pants, shoes, eyes, and we'll be done. And if I really wanted, like, even right now, I think one thing I could probably do, and this would be the time to do it, is to potentially darken the jackets glaze a little bit darker over top of them. Maybe let's do that. Okay, so before I do that, I'm going to blow dry this because I don't want to smudge any of that paint. So, let's take, I'm going to take glazing fluid now. And I'll put some over on this far side. And just take my dark color, mix it into my glazing fluid. And then now let's just sort of look here. Jackets. Maybe let's zoom back in. It's a pretty subtle effect, but it's again just going to help make the jackets look darker than the pants, because I'm also going to put some darker lines around on the pants too, right? So just want to make sure that okay, how about, let's just see, do we want to do any dark glazing with the jeans? I don't know if there's much, but let's do a little bit, just to give it a little bit maybe more dimension down here. especially darkening this leg in behind that one. So it makes it just explicitly clear that this leg is in front of the other leg. And you know what? I'm going to do just a little bit of this on the ground as well. Let's zoom out so you can see that. Very subtle, but again, just to help emphasize a little bit of depth. Maybe let's do a little bit of that on the wall behind them here. Okay. Woo! Snapped that brush accidentally. That's the difference between a brush like this, which came in a set of 5 for $8, and a brush that costs $50. It doesn't just snap like that. Okay, so now it's time for some finishing touches. I'm happy with the jackets. I just need to do a little bit more work on jeans, maybe hands, and hair and faces. Basically, hair and faces is what I'm going to spend the rest of the next maybe 20-30 minutes doing, and then we're going to be all done. What a long episode, but I'm really, really excited with how this is turning out. So it's all worthwhile at the end, right? So, let's go to... I'm just going to basically use the exact same paint that I've been using for all of this here. Let's just get... I'm starting to run out of my dark color, but just right here, I kind of just got enough to see me through the end of the painting here. This is not, again, this is not my darkest black. I could go even more black in a few places if I wanted to. And maybe I'll do that. We'll see here very shortly. And actually, just before I do this, I'm going to blow dry a second here. Okay. This brush is not very fine anymore. That might be as much as I'll do on his face here. I gave him a bit of a smile. I tried to quickly correct it, but anyway, I think that's okay. I might just leave that kind of vague. I kind of like the way that looks just right like that. Worried about getting... Did I blow dry in between all these layers? I can't... The last layer in this? I'm not sure. He's got a bit of more of a smile too. I think maybe making him happier than he liked to portray himself. Kind of looks like he's wearing a hoodie now. To make him look like he's got this is hair and not a hoodie, I'm just gonna give a few little stray hairs. I'm also just going to get a little bit of white. Okay. And actually, now that I've got this white, I'm going to take it and do a little bit of highlighting. Oops. zoom out and just see where I... Oh, on the pants too, right? Donna's signing off for the night. Have a good night, Donna. Thanks for tuning in for so long. I appreciate it. You guys are troopers. Holy smokes. So now this is just pure white. Wherever it might be needed is just little pops, little highlights. Okay. I think the last little bit is maybe like in here. Little bits on their jeans just to darken maybe a few places. think... Oh yeah. Let's take care of... those intense eyes. Just wondering about this down here. I think that's good enough. Okay. What is it? April 19th. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it's that time. We're going to do our quick side-by-side comparison and take a look at how there's definitely major differences between the original and what I've done. We can decide whether you like it or not. So, before we do so, just to encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, especially if you're new to the channel, so you know when those kind of spontaneous episodes I often do happen, or if I change the time of an episode, which occasionally happens. As well as take a photograph of the artwork that you created, upload it to the Facebook group so that we can all see it, we can celebrate with you your achievement, and we can offer you some suggestions on how to improve it. Once a month, I go through everything on the Facebook group and offer people some feedback and advice on how to improve it. Often we just celebrate achievements because you guys are so incredible. So let's take a look side by side how they turned out. So, I'm overall pretty happy. There's obviously a few little, I mean, I made my own gray, so there's not a single drop of black paint in this entire painting. So I just used warm red, cool blue, and cool yellow, as well as, you know, modifying my ratios to get a little bit more, you know, I guess a neutral gray, a little bit more blue. So for instance, in the background, we've got a bit more of cool blue here. Here I made a purple, actually using my cool red and my warm blue, and then just mix that into the gray. Just to kind of, again, it's nice and warm, so it comes forward. And I want that on the bottom, so that it really kind of feels like that's the closest thing to us. And then, so we have cool blue here. This is more of a neutral gray. It was close to like black and white, to if we mix those together to gray as we would get, which, you know, feels sort of, which is what I kind of wanted, something to sort of sits kind of in the middle, where we have our warm and cool pushing backwards and forwards, right? And so these guys sit right in between that. Let's just zoom in and do a couple close-ups here. And we'll start like right there. I'll even go down a little bit further. That's as low as I can go down, just so we can see the top of the canvas there. Again, the brickwork in behind is a little, you know, in the original it is quite haphazard, right? I felt a little bit anxious about doing quite as haphazard of a background, because I felt like people might just think I don't know how to do bricks, and I'm kind of, I had an aneurysm halfway through, so I didn't do that. I just noticed I didn't do the Popeye on his shirt. That's okay, sorry Johnny. Let's just scroll a little bit further on here so we see these two gentlemen side by side. You know, he looks like he's got a little bit more of a smile than he has here. He looks a little, you know, they're just kind of scowling in all of in this particular photo anyway. But it's pretty subtle. It actually looks less like he's scowling when I look at it on my painting from here as opposed to on the television, but that's something else. I like how it's happening. I'm quite happy with how we just left a little bit of that hair. I didn't even outline it. I think that makes a lot of sense here, keeping some things not outlined and just letting them be, and just let the viewer make that distinction, because the bricks end and then there's this shape, and that suggests that that shape is occluding, is in front of those bricks, right? So we don't need to necessarily tell everybody explicitly what's happening. And maybe I should have maybe taken a bit more of that approach right up here into Joey's hair as well, right? It's maybe I did a little, maybe I didn't need to quite outline there. And if anything, that hair could be a little bit more, have a little bit more volume. In fact, let's see if we can just make it a little bit bigger here. If we're mixed feelings about that, but it's just gonna stay like that. Let's continue over here. Look at Dee Dee, who sort of looks like a little child in mine. Doesn't quite have the intense. I mean, in some ways his hair is more intense, but in the original he just has like a kind of a, you know, he's intensely looking at the camera. Here he looks like maybe he's been kidnapped and is trying to kind of use his eyes to signal to the photographer that he's in trouble. You know, little things too. You know, I like how this hand is sort of disappearing in behind the body. I also like how I did the hand here, and again, just that very subtle transition between the background and that hand. I think it works well. We see a little bit of that in the photograph where it's a little bit indistinct. And then let's just quickly look at feet before we call it a day. Those are pretty tricky. Drawing shoes that are coming right towards us are pretty tricky. You know, it's a little clumsy there. I could take my purple and clean briefly. Let me see if I do just think I want to. Do I have any more? I don't have any more of that purple. Let's just take a quick bit and just mix. Looks like it needs to be just a bit darker, doesn't it? Anyway, I think I could probably be fumbling around here for a while cleaning up shoes, but that's okay. And the other ones here. Oh, let's just take a look. Here's. I'm not so happy with the tear there, but I think I just got to call it a night. Okay. Good enough, I think. Good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. Thank you, everyone, for once again painting along with me. I really would love to see what you created, so please strongly consider uploading yours, joining the Facebook group and uploading it to the Facebook group so that we can all share in your achievement. Thank you, everyone. And if you haven't already seen, if you're not aware of the Ramones, take a look at a couple of their songs. Blitzkrieg Bop, Sheena is a punk rocker. I mean, there's a lot of great hits. That'll send you down a YouTube spiral. And there's the Spider-Man theme song that they did. Their version thereof is also very, very catchy. Or Pet Sematary, the theme song they did for, I think, Pet Sematary 2. I mean, some people would be, you know, freaking out that I'm recommending those songs, but I think they're maybe a little bit more accessible for some people who are not maybe necessarily big fans of punk rock music. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you again on Thursday. We're going to paint the Loch Ness Monster. It's like another kind of random video, but it is an anniversary of that the most famous photograph of the Loch Ness Monster coming up on Thursday. So we'll see you guys all then. Take care. Have a great night wherever you are on our beautiful planet Earth. Stay safe, everyone, and wishing peace in Ukraine.